Ready. Test. Okay, cool. My mic's working. Ready. Alright, hello. See, 5 peeps are watching me right now. Hi there. Just got my gloves on because things can get cold usually in the winter. Because every time when I drink... Alright, now I gotta fix my union settings now all of a sudden. One sec. Is there an update that I did not know of? Diagnose, let's see. Escape. Yeah, so for whatever reason, one sec. Check for updates. This is the latest version. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so for whatever reason, my monitor thinks it's vertical over there. Last time I put it over here, so... Okay, that's weird. I'm gonna go change those settings immediately. I did that. And just re-import. Okay, that worked. Re-importing the thing worked. Okay. But I am going to do another calibration just to make sure. Because... devices, diagnose. Okay. Okay. Yeah, let's do I'm gonna do a quick calibration, but I'll get started drawing soon. Yeah, this is like the second time this happened to me, but that's fine. Even after that, this should be fine. There we go. Alright. Now, hopefully it doesn't do anything weird. Yesterday it was on my primary monitor, and then I switched it back to this other monitor. And then now it's on the other monitor, which is vertical. And then, whatever reason, was shifted on the right side, so... Let's try to re-import some things. Okay. All I can say is hopefully, maybe it could be something with the wire, but everything else with the wire seems fine to me. I mean, I really haven't moved anything for over a year. And I'll be right back, and I get my coffee real quick. I think someone's knocking my door. Alrighty, I'm back. No, overall, I'm just looking over my other screen over there for the reference. So, I'm doing, I'm retranslating this from the regular version of this to the chibi version of that, so I'm just reimagining this in the backside. If you want to, you can feel free to tell me how's your, like, December so far, like, how's the... I mean, I know it's not Christmas yet. Christmas is, like, 2 weeks from now, but if you want to talk anything about what you got from Black Friday, feel free. And feel free to look around. Hello, Emma. I'm gonna call EMA. How's it going? Do you know who I am, right? Maybe. Depends if you change your name. No, I have no idea. Know one thing for sure, that you are not Walter White or Heisenberg. Bro, it's me. What were your former names before? Or was it still the same? Here's one. I usually stream for every once in a week, and depends on the, like, whenever the holidays traffic's on the odds of usually people will roam around on just looking around for content on YouTube. I don't know. Okay. I'm craving ice cream right now. Ah, okay, now I know you now. You used to be ice cream. Okay. Okay, I remember ice cream. Did he, I thought the ice cream would work out for you in the winter. It would make sense if you change your name, like, in the middle of summer, of course. So now you're Chacho Moa. Okay. I was gonna say you could call yourself Igloo. Hi, Big Casual One. How's it going? Being Casual One. Okay, my bad. I fast read that. but an interesting name though. Even though I quick read that, it's actually Being Casual One and not Big Casual One. I still think Big Casual One would be still an interesting name though. It would be a bold name though, but Being Casual One's cool too as well. Anyway, how's the December treating you? Casual bean was taken, so yeah. Okay. I'm gonna change back. Okay, you're gonna change back to ice cream? Alright. Not so great. Aw, man. Sorry about that. I hope things turn out better next week, though. Next week, of course, my brother exams. Oh, exams. Yeah, I understand. I'm a poor test taker, I understand. Very pressuring and nerving. Well, all I can say is good luck, wish the best of luck. And just do the best you can. Oh shit, what are you drawing? Oh, I'm drawing a little turnaround table for this character. So I'm just going over and just cheapifying the backside from this other concept I had. So because the chibi version of this will be actually the 3D game model of it. So I'm working on 10 characters overall. I did have 4 concepts already drawn, so I think this one and the other one I'd have to work on like a turnaround table for it, and then I had to figure out other 6 ideas for the characters. But I did figure out 2 drafts of the combo setup for the other 2 characters though. Oh, you're one of the game artists? Well, most likely, I did a lot, so yes, technically. But I'm trying to see if I can, well, once I laid out all the concepts that I wanted, I want to try to see if I can learn something from Godot and try to expand on that. So I'm also looking to learn something new so I can have like a new skill on my belt. Because I used to do a lot of Unreal Engine stuff back in college, but then lately Godot's been getting a lot of funding lately and new features as well. So I want to get a try to learn how to use that game engine and see if I want to do stuff with it. Yeah. And then I just learned how to do Blender animations back in like a few months ago. So that was like pretty much a 3 to 6 months learning thing I did on my own. So, and then I'll relearn sculpting in that software in the future, definitely for sure, instead of using ZBrush to see if there's any difference to it. Because pretty much the open sources are pretty much saving money on my finances end, because I don't want to shell out like another like $50 a month for or something that's like $2,000 to keep Maya a year. So this is like beneficial to me. And plus, Clip Studio so far is a really good alternative for 2D stuff. And you can also do textures in there too for 3D. Now, because there is a way, I think I have a template for this, but it's like in my presets that I made in my folder. So let me just go to my downloads real quick and I'll just summon it. Yeah, and I use PowerToy, so I had stuff like that. Should be right here somewhere. Yeah, it's a ribbon slash texture maker. I think it's called that. Because I do have this grid and stuff. But I think I also have the crosshair. Yeah, because you use the crosshair one, and then you start drawing all over it. And it does the mirroring and the offset for you. And then you can apply it to Substance Painter or any other textures you have it for any models. Because I just prefer doing it on a 2D canvas instead of using Designer. And it's just way more easier because you can just easily create the brushes and textures from there. And I can also reuse them in Substance Painter. Just gotta delete this. And so go back. Gonna change back. Yo, you're back as ice cream. Oh, you got a different photo now. Are you still vanilla? I'll be right back real quick. I just gotta check and drink something for like a minute. I do have like my coffee stuff over at the side because I don't usually keep any like food or drinks around here. But I'll be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. So my new filter, the only way I can less likely, well, have interruptions, if I put it on the maximum, and then I'll be fine. But usually I try to keep it around 2. But usually, usually upstairs is not as great, but I have to put some filter on. But fine if I keep it on the max, so we're good. I just thought, oh, maybe I should put 2. Maybe I should be fine. Because my room's kind of a little bit bigger. But downstairs, everything's like fine and dandy. Do you also play games? Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. Because I think a few days ago I think I started because I was curious about Yakuza because someone recommended me to play it, and then I tried the Zero one because a lot of people say that's good for like if you're starting out, and I got it before they started delisting the game for like the newer version, because I usually keep all my games on my older laptop. I don't bother putting it on my workstation, even though I can run more modern games on there. It's just that I don't want any like extra clutter onto the thing, and I didn't want to deal with like any like other software that's like allowed to like look over your files and stuff like that. So I just put it on my older laptop and just wait for the right moment if I want to get like a Steam Cube, or if it's on the right price for that, or just maybe just try to learn how to build a computer or something. But overall, my 10-year-old laptop's still kicking, and I can play on the original Yakuza 0, like on the ultra settings, but I started like for 7 hours. How much RAM you got on your workstation? A lot before the hike. I got this computer like 2 years ago, before they started inflating stuff. So I'm happy that I just bought some things in advance to help. Because recently this year, I did started getting other stuff like these over here, and then that one's like for like sound recording, and then this one over here too as well. So eventually, at some point, whenever I get to next year, I will just play around with it just for fun, and just figure out some stuff about it, because I was just curious about that, because I did take a couple sound design classes back in college, so that's what I got for Black Friday. But overall, I do have like lots. I would say, yeah, no, yeah, it's 64 gigs of RAM. But it's not on the DDR5, it's the couple generations back, like DDR4. Yeah, because there were times I needed like multiple multitasking, and I was like on the laptop during like in like 2021, where I tried to do stuff on there, but then every time my GTX 9060 says, "Oh, I can't do that half of the time," or something like that, and it's just bottlenecking things. Yeah, AI just fuck over every sector, man. If I'm trying to buy a laptop or PC after exam, yeah, I get the feeling for that. Where I'm from, I am from the USA. And yet, there's still people out there that thinks the American dream still exists. It doesn't. But it's fine. I make my own path. I'm just literally a simple man, just living on life. Yeah, but we'll see how long things change within 5 years. I'm sure it's going to be pretty wild. Are you doing a comic? I'm more of a kind of like to apply my my style. Almost feels like the comic cross hatching stuff. But this one, I'm most likely just working on an indie game for myself. So this is going to be like the turnaround for like the chibi design, and usually I have like the regular design as itself in case if I wanted to do some 2D art around it. But these will be like the 3D appearance. I'm pretty much just working on an RPG game. But on the other hand, since you did mention comics, I am working on a comic script already. I think I'm on my 4th issue with that, but I think I'll get started drawing the concept of it like pretty much next year around February or March. I'm subbing you. Oh, thank you. Yeah, but the way I'm going so far is that to keep myself like still entertained with my this lawn project over here, I have this one other lawn project that's not related to games, but it's much more related to comics because I was curious a bit more about that side of that art. So I have that project separately, so I just keep my mind fresh. And in case if I need a break for one other long-term project, then I could give more time for this project over here. Then I can switch back and forth with it if I wanted to, or keep them like balanced so far. In case I need more time to wait for other feedback or just rethink about it like later another time. And the only small projects I have, it would be either, well, I just restarted making YouTube videos again, so now I'm trying to see if I can do that every once a week, so I can have like some mini projects too. But then, if I do want to do a mini project drawing, I do have stuff on the Android tablet or my sketchbooks and stuff. But I'm starting to leave some unfinished drawings over for mini small sketches and stuff like that. So now I feel like I'm becoming more of a real artist where I prioritize the projects that I want to. But then anything like that small or whenever I have free time, I'll come back to the smaller drawings, which leads to the small drawings can have like some left of unfinished drawings, but I can always revisit back if I want to finish it. Because I do know a lot of artists has like a lot of whip drawings for sure, and that's just normal if you have like a project that you're focusing on. And sorry if it's the mic is catching my snot. It's just that I think every once in a while, if I feel like some a little bit of a stress going on, usually my nose does well, I'll have to every once in a while get like tissues, of course, but yeah. But I'm more used to just introvertingly just like drawing around and stuff, but I just most likely try to like, try to socialize every now and then. But that's fine. But I like to, but I'm not good at drawing. Oh, no worries. I mean, drawing does take like a time. It's a very long-term investment skill. I mean, for starters, that everyone will draw like as level 0, but then eventually the more you keep going into the ring, eventually something will click. But how long have you been drawing? I think I've been drawing since like, let's see. Well, I'm not counting my elementary or middle school years because, I mean, if you want to, that's fine. But I say I didn't really start taking drawing more seriously until I was 16. So I would say a good, let's see, 8 years, but specifically for learning 3D and stuff like that, and for gaming development, I started learning that in 2020. But then I had to pass my foundation classes on that, so I didn't really start learning gaming development until late 2021. So how many years is that? 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025. Okay, so 4 years now for that. But for drawings, like, longer. Okay, my mom's calling for help. Sorry. Yeah, no worries, no worries, no worries. Take your time. Yeah, I know. In the meantime, I think I'm just gonna quickly just blow my nose real quick, and I'll be right back. And then I think I can have a bit more focus now. All right, I'll be right back. Like this, suck, like and sub. All right, cool. Thank you. All right, I'll be right back. Alrighty, I'm back, and sorry about that. It's just that I just gotta get it all out real quick. So now that's done and over with. Usually it's mostly every morning because I'm like sleeping and stuff like that. Okay, so someone left comments over here. Oh, it's being casual one. So are you hoping for the bubble to pop? I say it depends how things go. I mean, there's many possibilities what could happen if the bubble does pop or not pop. Because even though if it does pop, there's still other possibilities that could happen within that thing, and not just one outcome. And there's also other things that if the bubble doesn't pop, there's also other possibilities and outcomes. Because there's a lot of pros and cons on both outcomes, plus other additional outcomes with that too. So it's like to me, in my opinion, it's like a firework of many possibilities could happen from that point. Because, to be honest, there's some things I disagree about AI, but there's some things I'm not completely against about AI. Like, if you're using it in a moral way, then that's a different story, but if you're using it very meticulously, like in a bad acting way, then that's another different story about that too. I mean, but it all depends. But the lately, I do know why those people are just buying up the RAMs and stuff like that, because they're in the age of the gold rush, trying to rush to see who gets to be the first person who controls what domain of a sector, and it's just like competition of its own. I feel like this whole AI thing is something similar, that it could be something that was like something similar about the whole thing about in the 90s where computers was booming. Because don't forget, when computers was invented, it did took a lot of jobs away, but also created new jobs as well. And then AI is also creating new jobs, but it's also taking even more jobs away than computers did before. Because we're in like in a transitional phase where one outcome could happen, the other outcome could not happen. So I don't know. I'm completely neutral about that. But we'll see. We'll see. Because at this point, I'll just wait and find out and see what happens. why I removed it on that design. Simplify it. Yeah, just remove that. That block. I'll just ignore that. not the sign. That would be enough space for that. And then I think I'm going to move whatever this is. So I can unlock. And then this, move this here. And then I'll just reuse this for like the left and right side and just manipulate it based on there. So we'll put this over here for now. Hide it. And for now, I'm going to hide this layer. And then take a little screenshot so I can see it. So I'm not to dip in back and forth too much. Keep tracking. Now, the side view, I would, of course, would rather draw that a little bit from scratch. Because there's no assets I already drew for the... Other than just a reference I had over here for my other character. Have similar shapes. Let's see. now, I think the next same thing. Her eyes look like over here is a bit scribblish. So that's how I keep maintaining that. A little bit over here. And then whenever I lay this out, I'll manipulate it where to put that and have a mask version of that. Oh, that's why. Okay. But no, I think I'll keep that erased. And I guess I'll just change the colors for this. Okay, we'll use that for now. Because technically this thing will be opened to here. And then I can preview that out. But I'll just grab this instead. Lower the opacity here for now. May have three separate versions of her right side head, so I can also see her eyes too as well. Because this thing's gonna pop up and be in the way. Yeah, we're gonna have 3 separate heads. Okay, then we'll do it from there. As for this would be still present. Drawing itself, we just remove this and merge that. Oh. Red is changing. So my internet's a little bit down a little bit. Is it how far the thing goes to? Yeah, that's how far the thing goes to then. Just do it like that. Go. No, the reason why I have two versions like that is just to help me when I guide it. So for one version, I'm going to have without the accessory over here, and the other one will have the mask, and the other one will have the mask open with the thing. Yeah. So I can see where the position's at later on when I use it as reference when 3D model it. At least that, not completely all redraws, it's just that basically edit, manipulate, edit, duplicate, edit, once I develop the base for it. And just save myself some time. And then here would be the other core here. Just drag it out here. There we go. Okay. And the next thing I'll develop is the side view of it, or at least like a guideline for her head tail there. Yes, for whatever reason, for her chibi version, this is technically longer than her body, and this is actually the same height as that. But I let it go anyways because I found it was like interesting. Because I would need some, well, she's going to be more of a rampage type of person, so she's going to need very long range critical hits from both from her scythe and from her head. So she have more than one thing to swipe at you. Well, I'm gonna draw this super late. Also, usually when I'm just drawing with pen, I still just keep the line there, have a guideline, and then I'll just like slowly groove it out once I have like a visible contour. So I'm just pressing lightly. Then it goes up to the height over here, so what's the height over here? Okay, so this position should be a little bit bottom over here. And then when you're developing a turntable, you have to be very specific where you meet the item over there, because you're turning it around and it has to have to match with similar to your guidelines there. So sometimes there's some things you can't hardly BS with it, but sometimes you can BS. So it actually has to be over here. Just exclude that. So it'll be over here. this nonsense over here. Oh. Hmm. Yeah, I'm just mapping it out. Bum. I mean, the only tricky part is this, that right where the measurement line was over here, I have to align it over there. Plus, I added also, like, protection around it, so I also have to add it to make sure it's consistent. So it gets a little bit tricky. Because the metal ends over here. Probably over here. And then right over there would cap right over here. I wish I could focus like you. Yeah. I mean, so yeah, I think beginning of college had me like just like deep in focus and stuff like that. I mean, there was other factors that still had like I used to do a lot of social media stuff when I was like I mean I still do it from a business perspective now, but I used to do it like when I was like doing gaming videos on YouTube. But then, but lately, since like this year, I think around like, yeah, around July, I made a new rule to myself to just only view or see social media on the computer, so I can just quickly just upload and stuff like that, and just have like most of my social media is like gone on my phone, except for Discord, in case if anyone wants to like reach out or message me that way. But mostly, if I have to watch a YouTube video on my phone, I just go through like a Chrome browser instead. So basically, I haven't watched barely any shorts since like July. But it did help increase my focus, because usually the short videos factually does take your attention span like decreased, like instead of like increase. So, but the longer that you get used to like, well, the idea of just not to, well, it feels like the longer you feel like some boredom level, you can tolerate more boredom much longer if you're faced with it, especially whenever you do other activities too. Because whenever you reach to like a certain level of boredom, that's where some of the things that that drive us to our attention a lot, that's where the dopamine starts fighting back. Say, hey, we regularly get this amount of dopamine. Where's the dopamine now? And then that's when your mind plays with you and you start to get a little crazy. So, but most likely now I'm much more. I feel much more fulfilling to make my own stuff than just to, because I know a lot of people today like to go into the gacha stuff or just buy like DLC art stuff just to like aesthetics, just to attach your stuff, like customization, like stuff. Since now that stuff's behind a paywall, and I'm just fine with the default skin, so I don't mind, because all it is just like art that you can easily look on as an image. You don't have to really buy the virtual stuff or anything just to wear it. But I can see some point of view that it does feel some ownership to people who like to buy digital stuff, because they want to develop a meaning fulfillment around it, but it's pre-made and asset stuff. So I don't really feel any needs for that, because I'm just like, oh, I like that. I just pick my own. That's it. But yeah, I'll just all say, as long as you keep your dopamine under control, pretty much it's okay to not do like but not have everything go fast in motion for you like constantly every day. Just it does build much more of a tolerance and patient level with other things, especially when you're dealing with rude people too as well. Because a lot of people are just like the rabbit these days, and sometimes you have to think about and dilate back. Maybe I should be a turtle every once in a while. Because sometimes slow and steady does win the race, and sometimes, yeah, of course, if you need to do stuff, then sometimes the rabbit can be helpful. But just to remember just to take it in and just mellow a little bit and just think. And thinking does not hurt at all. I still see thinking as essential. Because modernistically, we're the world's slowly trying to treat like thinking as a luxury and not as like you don't have to think anymore, which I disagree. Because those who actually do think will actually get a lot more stuff done. Because I can see a lot of people over the coming years, a lot of people say, I want this, I want that, and they're just gonna go crazy. Because they don't know how to wait anymore. Did my stream restart on YouTube? Seems like it did. No, it's still continuing. Okay, so I guess my local one restarted it without telling me. Everything's fine. Okay, good. I think I never shared it on my other social for the stream for that too. I'll do that real quick. Go. Oh, that's supposed to be up here slightly. Okay. Just gonna do one. I wish I could say something about the work you are doing, but I barely have knowledge on it. Oh. But just curious, what are your thoughts of what you're thinking right now? And maybe we can figure that out. Like, is it on the idea itself, or is it fundamentally? Yeah, but I agree. But sometimes it's hard to get other humans' feedbacks too, just in case if it's like because sometimes you can't like share too much anything because you gotta protect your own ideas and stuff like that. So it's kind of like a little risk and reward from there. But as long as you got like close friends or family members, and they can help to a certain extent with certain feedback and certain opinions. It's just that get what you get. At some point, I do, once I get like a certain alpha stage of a game, then that's when I'll start like doing like seeking testers. I'm a simple guy, but I see cool art. I click isn't too much a thing to, and I am a divert. Oh, so this takes huge courage. Oh yeah, for sure. Good art and stuff like that, totally understandable. At least that does give me some some sign that things I'm doing something right. So. Because mainly, I do want to focus on the aesthetics, and then once I get to the aesthetics part, then I will just work on the game mechanics and stuff like that. But the story part, I want to put that to like on the side later. But I do have some sort of idea of the character itself. But the deeper version of it, I rather wait until I get the game rules all sorted out and stuff like that before I even reach to the story part. Because the story could dynamically change over time as I think about it. Because once I start doing stuff in Godot, I do want the game itself to hold itself up as a fun scenario, regardless where the story direction's heading. So the game itself has more control than the actual lore. Because some of my ideas was cross between of like if I wanted to make this into a game, or if I wanted to make this into like a storytelling. So I had to weigh out the pros and cons in my head. Because I have one other project that did make sense to be better off as a comic storytelling, so I'm working on a script for that. But from my other ideas that I had, I led up to this conclusion over here too as a game, because it would make sense if there's going to be more action and brawling, then it would be more fun to make a game out of it as like some more close between a blend mesh of arcade like experience, but also have RPG like experience at the same time. Okay, who's this? Phil, and y'all never want to be. You ever want to have someone to chat with, just add me on Discord. No pressure, Phil. Sending also streamer. Yeah, I'm very, very, very meticulous when it comes to well, Wisebot assumed it was a bot, so it could have been a bot. But I'm very careful who I friend request on Discord. I only friend request people if I absolutely know you, like, in person. Or enough, like, in more significant information that I would be interested to friend request, but I just don't friend request random people online anymore. Because the way I set up my Discord, it's very, like, you can't just, like, add me. I have to make a decision if I want to add you or not. Rest assured. Yeah, no worries. Like, I understand if you want to follow me, that's fine, but no worries. It's just from a certain extent, we have our own, circle groups, but it's understandable. But usually Nightbot and Wisebot does have a good auto moderation system. So it just filter out the possible bad actors because I usually keep my streams and links disabled. Only if I'm allowed to send in the links. So that it's just to prevent like anyone trying to scam. Because every once in a while I do get like certain bots where they just actually just say, hey, go over here, buy some view botting or something like that, or I'll just be a friend for you for free and stuff like that. And no, I find that like very predatory for someone who's like very vulnerable or at a certain state. But yeah. Because here's the thing, if you're not careful who you add on Discord, the moment you friend request someone you don't know, it could turn into like a malicious bad actor like real fast. Because I've seen videos where people use Discord as a hacking tool and device to get on your computer and stuff like that and watch everything you do. And sometimes all it takes is just one friend request. And also, you have to be careful also which certain Discords you join, because if you just join like any random Discord, then boom, they have your information, and then if your computer's attached to that, and if you don't have the proper protection or something like that, then you get spoofed and doxxed and stuff like that. Alright, hey, what do you think of the conveys the most emotion in a drawing? So what conveys the most emotion? So the most emotion of a drawing is sometimes it can be visually, and sometimes if the character is drawn intentionally in a different way, but the writing is slightly different. It depends on how much the believability it is. But usually the easiest route would be just to make the appearance to convey the design itself to convey as the emotion to tell the person what this personality is visually without telling, because most of the time showing does work than telling a lot. So if you have like certain things you want to express with the character, most likely some visual changes to, say for example, if you intentionally make something like creepy, or always have a default mood which is like have a weird grumpy face, or always look happy and joyful, that does indicate a lot of things that the person could like or dislike, most likely. But then sometimes when it comes to inanimity, there are some things that people may look like this, but they don't do that due to other stimulus stuff. But most of the time, yeah, I would say 80% of the character design does tell about their personality a lot. Because most likely she's kind of more like has a sadistic look, because I did borrow elements from the Grim Reapers and stuff like that, and Death itself. But most likely the way I have her tail, so it's like a somewhat like a stingray, scorpion-ish like, and then having elongated bones of how much it stretches. Pretty much this character type's much more vicious and has a killer instinct. And then on the other side, here, if I go over to my other characters here. But this is like my point of view of how sometimes how I see things too. But sometimes if you're trying to, whenever you explain and convey what you're trying to interpret, and if you get other people's opinion about how they see it, it does help you reflect on certain things like, oh, what's working and what's not working. Like, for example, this dude, I think his name is Galnus or something, but he's most likely the very balanced character of one of the powerful characters you can play as in the beginning. Because most of the ancient creatures like her, they're pretty much locked until you, like, beat them. Because you do start off with, like, other characters I give you, but the most balanced one that can have a challenge with other characters to unlock will be most likely him. But he is much more of a, let's say, I would try to make him more like, well, I did add some, like, ancient gold stuff around us to show that he's much more like a, more highly, entitled in his own ranks. But most likely, his hair, which kind of got some inspiration from, like, you know, how Super Saiyans are and stuff like that, but just more the hair elevates a bit more, and that has some kind of essential powers or something like that. So it kind of brought her some inspiration with that. But then I did have his skin to be more black and dark, because I wanted to have it described visually that he has more of like an highly lawful order fashion personality. And then the reason why he has like these magenta / red eyes, it's because that most of the time he wants to pretend to be serious with what he does, but other times, every once in a while, he does slip in a little bit, and just to be a little bit out of casually unprofessional. But most likely, he does try to hold up about his role and his duty for being responsible to be a powerful person. Because most of the times, these certain creatures I have, they have a I think I have it like a story idea. They had set up certain restrictions and rules that there's certain times that they have to be allowed to be slain by certain mortal people, depending on the rules and conditions. Because most likely, if they have these golden elements on them, if they ever get like broken or destroyed, then technically that just releases their suppressants, and basically if they touch like a pebble or anything, they could easily destroy like a whole entire universe or timeline unintentionally. So they had to have certain restrictions to keep her power in check, so that most of the stuff can be like not destroyed. Because if I do have I did make motion sheets too as well. I'm trying to find that. Oh, it's right here. Because I do plan to have like 6 emotions to convey their feelings and that. So sometimes when you show expressions like this also helps too as well. But most of the time, I think he has his like, yeah. Because most likely, if he's most likely in an orderly state and stuff like that, he does use his negative emotions to feel he has to take in charge and stuff like that. But then when he's like relaxed and calm and everything's in his control, then he does lighten up a bit. But sometimes it can also be pushed over to the edge. So that's why I have this alternate skin. I have something in mind to do with something with that. But stuff like that. And then I think I have this other one right here I did have. It's going to be in a different category. Oh yeah, her expressions too is here as well. So this one was kind of more like, I was trying to get more of like a bit of a assassin, but more jovial and much more energetic. So the way her appearance is, I'm gonna go over here. And I can just like shoot out as infinite files as I want. Because most likely, there's a way to have a workflow around just to, instead of just abusing masks, because masks can take a lot of RAM data if you have like a bunch of them. There's a clip, but I don't always use it because because sometimes it can be a little annoying to move around the layers just to get it to clip. So I just like copy and paste masks most of the time. But let's see. I think this one, yeah, much more just appearance and stuff like that. So she's much more of like an adventure seeking looking, so she's always looking for stuff to do. And then she does made also machine friends of her own. And then it also could be converted into weapons too. So I kind of like, there's some elements I kind of like also mix into that too as well, but most likely for her, she's, yeah, she has like kind of more of like a wildish kind of like appearance a little bit, because the way of her, how I have her hair punched up like that, so and just have that too as well. But most likely I make most of my character's hair a bit like wiggly and crazy. Some of them mostly has like kind of like a bed hair feel. But yeah, thanks for the question. That it does give like a bit of the insight how I see things sometimes. But it has to do with a factor of like, how do you want to show and appear stuff that conveys to the audience most likely. Because you can always gather certain references that people remembered from build up from history of our libraries of memories, how they see things cognitively, which can lead to certain elements that you can use based on that. But most likely, as for me, since I'm trying to go for much more of like an original route where I am mixing up a lot of things, but yet keep a look at how I feel that just to be more distinct. But the pros and cons of being distinct is that the pros is that it does look different, but the cons is that the more distinct your characters are, then the more it will be more difficult to relate to. So you have to keep it like a certain balance to it. But if you're more related to that, then there's pros and cons to that too as well. Like pros, it is relatable, but the cons is that if the idea has been reinvented already before and just fall into like certain possibilities of what other specific tropes that already exist. And then if you're going to have a very relatable character, then you really have to pay attention, like how would you do better than the trope itself. So there's also that too. I mean, for being more distinct, you do have to face like other ideas to what makes the other ideas unique still, but it's not as difficult if it's like too close to relatability itself. Like, for example, if you're just gonna straight up to make everything Greek and Egypt and stuff like that, and don't borrow as much other elements that already existed, or create new elements just to make it more distinct, then of course it's gonna look more Greek and or Egyptian, and then you're gonna have an idea of the personality of these characters, are like certain royalty or certain things you're expecting from mythologies or something. That's very, very similar to already retold. I hope that helps. But I also was kind of filling like why of other reasons I kind of think when I was just thinking about that question when you were doing. Yeah. I wonder how many files since I just opened that. How much did it take? Oh, there's only that much amount of memory. Okay, 38%. But one time when I had like 20 tabs open, I reached to like 60 or 70% of memory. Because usually the more stuff you add onto these canvases, the bigger the loading stuff it has to load into. But sometimes it's just more easier to pull it up and then... Because sometimes I can't always show my pure ref, because sometimes in pure ref I get references from other certain things, and if I need to relook something in Amity, I think there's certain rules and guidelines I can't like completely share. Especially if you bought like a book of it or something. So that always stays like out of sight, so. Because even though I do technically organize certain things in my pure ref references, I could try to show it that way, but I just want to be careful. But it also does show the hard work too as well. You usually get the layers at the bottom left. So I think once I finalize the head, I'll just like take a circle around it and just duplicate it. I won't duplicate this whole thing over here because there's not that much to be changed, unless maybe just for the with one with the mask. But maybe with the other one. Maybe I don't have to. If I can just like save some space over here. I'll think about it later. Because I gotta have one side with the with these two showing over there. So I can have a sense of scale. Alright. I'll be right back and take a little break. Alright. I'm back. Actually, maybe I should get some coffee. Well, I'll get some coffee real quick. My ball. Alright, I'm back. I just got some coffee.
Welcome to unrealization. We came prepared to kill the operation. It ain't fair, but I feel it with the nation. So raise the flag and do the preparation. Welcome to reality, there's no way back. Welcome to reality. Can't fuck with that. Yeah, it's okay to be on top like forever, man. This is hard fucking beeping after aliens. We on top of the world, we the sapiens. Do you understand massive complication there? Do you really think you know what I'm made of? My flow is so magical, I'm old, call me Gandalf. You can shine, but I'm about to go off. Heard me wanna believe what I'm saying, but I cannot do this at all. Welcome to reality, there's no way back. 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 Welcome to reality, there's no way back.
have you learned? I was programmed to beat you.
Hi, Icon World. How's it going? How's your December so far? I leave a like for support you. Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, but I also do like 3D stuff too as well. How do you do? This is beautiful. Thank you. I'm doing good so far. It's just this is usually December is like the busiest of the months too as well. Since after like Black Friday. I'm still hanging there. A couple days ago, I did try to the Yakuza 0, but I got the original one before it got delisted because I wanted to run it on an older hardware. Because when I saw the new specs for the director's cut, I was like, no, if I want to try that game, I gotta buy the older one so at least it can run better. Because I never played the franchise before, but so far it's fun. And draw it look like. No worries, it'll get better. I mean, what are you trying to practice specifically? If you're talking about like character-wise, I mean, yeah, of course, there's like a lot of things to go on with that. But as long as you're always learning constantly something new that you're trying to get one checklist at a time. Eventually you'll get there. You just gotta find other inspirations for keywords to search on the internet. Or if you got the money. I guess there's college, but then you have to come up with your own money completely if you have that kind of money. I try to draw a person, it's ugly, I don't know why. Well, since it's like you're at the beginner stage, sounds like. Have you tried to do any like still life or practice by copying a reference to see like as a practice kind of thing? Because usually there's so much stuff going on a person that there's actually more than one thing you're drawing. Because a nose itself is a separate drawing piece, while the mouth is also a separate drawing piece, and the ears and the eyes too as well. But trying to do them all at once as a new person can be like a lot to go through. So if you're struggling on many things, then you can just like break it down to multiple things. But I gotta go help Lots lots like. Okay, thank you. Yeah, feel free to come back to stick around if you got any questions. I'm available on Discord, and then you can find me on the in the link in my channel. And then and you can just hop in. Oh. Okay, no wonder my measurement's way off. I have to do over. I was like, wait, this looks very tiny. Alright, there we go. Because it was a start... It does start right over here, but it ends right over here, I think. Yeah, it ends right over there. Okay. That makes sense. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna give my hand a little rest. Let's see. Sweat, man. One sec. There we go. Something like this. Used the restroom. Yeah, I gotta use the restroom now. Alright. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna take a little 5-minute break. Alrighty, I'm back.
would you break me? Feel it in my bones, I'm about to lose control. Only so much I'm taking, so get yourself a safety. 'Cause baby, a storm is coming. You better heed the one and pray. Don't stay, run away, 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 away. Feel how the rain is pouring. I'm at you like a hurricane. Don't stay, run away, 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 away. Then why would you break me? Feel it in my bones, I'm about to lose control. Only so much I'm taking, so get yourself to safety. 'Cause baby, a storm is coming. You better heed the one and pray. Don't stay, run away, 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 away. Feel how the rain is pouring. I'm at you like a hurricane. Don't stay, run away, 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 away. Feel how the rain is pouring. I'm at you like a hurricane. Don't stay. Away, 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 away.
Welcome to unrealization. We came prepared to kill the operation. It ain't fair, but I feel like we're the nation. So raise the flag and do the preparation. Welcome to reality, there's no way back. Welcome to reality. Can't fuck with that. Yeah, it's okay to be on top like forever, man. This is hard fucking beeping after aliens. We on top of the world, we the sapiens. Do you understand massive complication there? Do you really think you know what I'm made of? My flow is so magical, I'm old, call me Gandalf. You can shine, but I'm about to go off. Heard me wanna believe what I'm saying, but I cannot do this at all. Welcome to reality, there's no way back. 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 Welcome to reality, there's no way back.
Alright. Let me save for now. Let's see. Oh yeah, it's looking good so far. Okay. So I'm gonna stop them here from now. Just save. And I'll continue this another time. Alright, I'm gonna end the stream, so thanks for tuning in. If you got any questions, just leave a comment down below, or maybe some video ideas in the future. Just wanted to hear some feedback and stuff. Alright, and peace!